What up, my fellow defense lawyer heads? Welcome back to Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulation. So, last time we started the case fully. What is this, the third case? I think so. So, yeah, we met our imposter, Imposter Phoenix, and Maya got a new job, and, well, we kind of had a wacky little trial with Super Mario. He came in and he started yapping, and he couldn't stop yapping. He kept on going on about nothing. So here we are. After court, we gotta go finish our investigation and then come back in, and we'll cap off this little episode here. So let's hop right in. Sorry I'm a bit late. I was doing errands, as in shopping. Did I post it on Discord? I did indeed. Okay, sweet. Let's go! So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? It got a bit crazy in there. Just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus now, we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what Mr. Kudo saw, the apron straps and the ribbon. And that the victim was wearing an earpiece with his when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah! We gotta find one for Maggie, or she's gonna have a terminal case of the guilties. True. I'm very phlegmy today, so I apologize for all the coughing and spluttering. I'm still getting over COVID. Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? Feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Call the officers for the briefing, quick! Can't you shut down the station server? Chief, quit playing on the internet! But my email, pen pal, is 1337 AZN Princesses. Save it for later, I'm turning it off now! No! 1337 AZN Princess! Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy? More like panicking, if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. He looks lost now that the computer has lost power. Oh well, guess they'll just have to write her a real letter instead of an email. Alternatively, you could write up some reports. Just a suggestion. Dear 1337 AZN Princess, how are you? I'm okay. How was the show last night? Wow, what an awesome job! Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. Yeah, he gets to just talk to his little side piece all morning. Or maybe that's his main piece. Hi, trash can. I guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions for her too. Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Fucking baby. Empty, as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime, too. Okay, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say this is Super Mario. That's it! Come on! Hey, that sounds like... Oh, I was wrong again! Now just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number! Looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff! What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is. He's having the twin tea set. What can I say? How is it? So, did you like the Twin Tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. I thought maybe I was gonna pay them a little less, a little more, I didn't know what to do.
So how did it taste?
Well, for 20 bucks, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate.
Delicate?
You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you?
What's the matter with him?
Looks like he's thinking. That's it! I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized it's bad! That shit tastes nasty! Okay. It's just kind of hard to admit to yourself when you paid 20 bucks for it, you know? Maybe you should have found out the price after you'd finished eating.
Hey Nick, maybe that's why Glenelg came here. Maybe he heard about the Super Fierce Twin Tea set.
If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glen Elk, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy.
Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here?
This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal?
You really drove her into a corner, you know.
You always blow apart my testimonies. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it for once.
Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese? Would you have preferred crumbly, like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So did Maggie say anything to you about me, I mean?
Well, how did she put it again?
She never wants to see you ever again.
Something like that.
Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening?
He's banging his head against the wall. Nick!
Oh man, poor Gumshoe. Okay, I'll hydrate.
So what were you all excited about earlier?
Nah. That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Huh. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited.
Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to?
Nothing, really. It was just the daily exercise show. Okay, why do you have a psych clock? What the? A psych clock? This lunch special's lobster sure is great. Definitely.
Then why are there tears rolling down your eyes?
Gumshoe killed himself. No. Poor Gumshoe. Alright, well. I wonder if we can just catch him right away. Alright, Gumshoe, why are you lying? No lie, pal. I just like Cyclops. I'm trying to collect them. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you've made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try winning big, just like Glen Elk did. It's like you can see right through me. Huh? I've cracked them already? See, pal, that's why I said it was nothing. Great. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. What's with everyone in the lottery?
So, how'd it go?
I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elk, see? And they've got this big special radio show where they announce the winning numbers.
They even do the drawings live on air. It's intense, pal.
I mean, basically, she gave us a Magatama, and then little Pearly infused it with her power, and now we can literally use a lie detector.
I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed.
Yeah, what time is it now?
It's just after 1:30.
Are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time?
Yeah, look, I got this flyer from when I bought the ticket.
Oh, that's important. 1:30, eh? Oh, he did die between 1:30 and 2:30. Okay. Interesting. 1:30.
Millionaire Radio? That's so cool! I want to try it, Nick!
And buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Alright.
Apparently, everyone's listening to this show now.
That's because everyone wants money.
They say that the victim Glenn Elg was really into gambling.
Yep, you can't beat gambling. I love it too. I won $500 last night playing cards with Nick.
Huh? We were playing for money?
Of course! So you'd better pay up.
You're a smart one, waiting for a cop to be present before asking for the cash.
Oh, shit. No, I've been caught! Red-handed.
I like money.
Let's see what you have to say about Maggie.
Maggie's probably crying all alone right now, huh?
Yeah, thanks to you.
Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Maya, don't torture poor Gumshoe. Don't torch poor Gumshoe's feelings like that. They're cups of cheap creme brulee. Oh, like they're cups of cheap creme brulee.
You're really crazy about Maggie, aren't you?
No, it's not that. God, that ass.
You don't have to hide it, Gumshoe. It's so pretty obvious.
Yeah, you're way too plain looking for Maggie, right?
I'd arrest you right now if you weren't so right. You know, in all my years, I've never seen a witness who was that confused before.
Yeah, you look pretty confused by his testimony.
Nothing against the old guys. I like him and all. I mean, I'd kiss his big nose if I could, but he sounded like he was pretty sure about what he saw.
Yeah, that's the impression I got too.
Me 3. But then, why doesn't even a single part of his testimony corroborate with any of the facts? Boo-ba-doo. Boo-boo.
You're looking upbeat as usual.
And you're looking tired as usual, Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, that's life, huh? One guy's got it all and one guy's got squat.
Is this me or did the room get darker all of a sudden? You know, Detective, this is the year of the, gum.
It is?
Yeah, I think.
Gum, huh? Oh, this is gonna be a great year for old Gumshoe then, right?
Look at that. He perked right up in no time.
Maya, don't mess with him like that. I mean, he's happy now, at least. At least he's not depressed and about to, you know. Must be the table where the murder occurred.
I guess so, with all the police tape around it.
Alright, same thing as before. Okay. The year of shoe. Anything different in here?
Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. I'll be back next month. Naturalmente. I will be waiting for you. If you've got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. No, stop it, I beg of you! And don't let me down. I'll be watching you. No, this is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh no, you don't have to worry. You worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. Is the oil from sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. I have the shivers. I must rub some oil all over my body before I come to a nervous wreck. So, that feels good. We shouldn't be watching this. Ugh. Ooh la la, excuse me, monsieur. My eyes! My eyes! Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, the oil of sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using?
You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong?
No, you're right, monsieur. But perhaps that isn't the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way, I can give you my undivided attention and cook you a dish supreme.
Putting on a brave face, huh?
That's what girls do, Nick. But you're right. Business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it's Trey. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive.
But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays?
Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry.
Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong's a man, Maya?
But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it till the finale. No one will take it from me.
Oiled, oiled, oiled! So who is the woman you were just talking to?
Ooh la la, you saw that?
Well, yeah, sorry.
So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? And she likes raw meat and fires, right?
Yeah, we did just see this! Now that I think about it. Hey, Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having.
You think so? Well, then let's show him that piece of evidence and see what happens.
Alright. Was that about your debts?
So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with the broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. They kept harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? My fiancé. If I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied.
Please, what'd you agree to help them with?
No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up. And eat me with the salad garnish.
Ugh. She didn't mean she'd literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm gonna guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right?
Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman.
The woman who was here earlier, I take it that she's,
Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in the debt. It is a sign of the bad world we live in, huh?
No, I'd say it's more of a sign of bad culinary skills.
The woman who was here, she was a scary woman. She is from the loan office.
Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from?
Tender lender, it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10.
$10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya.
Hey, I get a bit more than that. Thank you very much.
So, Tender Lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh?
I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case.
Well, the fact she was here battering him, and the fact that the waitress they saw wasn't actually, you know, our Maggie. One together. Hey, Laser, you missed us talking to Gumshoe. He's depressed. He wants to kill himself because, Maggie doesn't like him and doesn't want to ever see him again, so he was really depressed. Then Maya told him it was the year of the gum, and now he's happy again. That's pretty much it. And then we saw this guy talking to the, goth girl.
I'm a weak woman. When I'm upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to I'm loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I'm like his slave. I have to do everything that he tells me.
Who's this he?
The tiger.
The tiger?
Oui, he's the manager of the Tenderlander, a terrifying man, the big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of that battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry.
Big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter? Does this guy resemble me by any chance?
Oh, no. This man is a present, a most formidable personality. Although, he does have the spiky hair just like you. Wait, there is a resemblance there, I suppose.
Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all.
If you want to visit the Tenderlander, it is just beyond Vitamin Square.
Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some. As long as it's less than $3.
Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Maybe it's the guy we saw before. Maybe. Can I show Gumshoe the bike? Hey, are you putting this up for sale, pal? No. Why would you want a busted up scooter like this anyway?
Yeah, plus, the seat's all covered in pigeon shit.
Who cares if it runs? That's all that matters to me.
My phony was riding this bike. Maybe if I head back to the park, it'll be there again. Boo-doo-boo. Hey, look at that. It's here again.
I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you?
Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway. At least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'd be liable to turn into a real phoenix. It's the bike.
Hey, check this out.
I wouldn't get too close if I were you. Otherwise, you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine a tiger loose in the city.
Meanwhile, the real Phoenix is like an abandoned chick in a vast urban jungle.
Huh?
Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope.
Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Win through compromise.
This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it?
Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing.
Welcome.
Nope! Zoinks! Maya, hold me! Talk about a creepy voice. Makes your soul want to shrivel up and die! Oh, it's you.
You're here to discuss a loan?
No. Not exactly.
The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please.
This shit on the floor, this trash.
She's gone just like that.
I guess we'll just have to come back another time.
But this is a perfect opportunity, Nick. Let's steal some things. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick. Let's take a look around, okay?
Do you think it'd be okay?
Of course. No one will ever know. Coffee?
Ah! Zoinks! Nick, hold me!
I'll leave it here for you to enjoy quietly.
Yes, thank you.
Do not touch the desk, please.
It does look solid gold.
Nick, let's get out of here.
Now she wants to get out of here.
Yeah, so they used the chef, and they blackmailed him into letting them kill that guy in his restaurant. Because he's, you know, he owes them $500,000, so the chef let them make the hit if he won the $500,000, because he liked gambling, so he was probably in debt to these guys as well. And it's like, oh, well, if he won $500,000, then we'll just kill him, and then, boop. Examine.
Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor.
Now he's real.
That's gonna be a nightmare to clean up.
Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything.
I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal.
How did she manage to knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy?
Oh hey! There's a book of matches here too.
Matches, huh? Places don't give out these much nowadays. Hey, wait a sec!
What is it?
Look what's printed on the cover. It says Tres Bien. These matches could come in handy. We might be able to use them. We might have to use them to solve our little Monkey Island. Our little Monkey Island puzzle.
Yeah, the pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out.
Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. There's a CD player on top of the desk, but the desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can even hear it.
The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the Tiger's into.
Have you finished the coffee? Ah! Ah! Yes, thanks. It was lovely.
So, you drank it all?
Oh.
If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup.
That coffee, it was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it.
Nick, my stomach! It's killing me! Oh wait, maybe it's just the burger I ate for breakfast.
I sure hope so. You better take a look at the CD while we're still alive. And have the chance. What the?
What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack. Is it Claw the Tiger?
It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. MC Bomber.
What?
I guess the bottom word could be bomber, but the top one is way too long to just be MC. This must be the CD Maggie told us about.
Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal.
No way. That woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Like Eye of a Tiger, but it's a copyright-free edition.
Let's see. This round doll thing's called a Daruma, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you're wondering.
You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change?
Heh, I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always right himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove.
Only if I feel like dying.
And this yellow thing? This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm an expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know?
Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they?
Hey! There's a piece of paper sticking out from under here.
What is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even own one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane!
The car's registered to the Cadaverinis. What is that, Italian?
It's not even the Tiger's car? How would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Cadaverini family.
What's this?
It's a punching bag.
What? No way. You wouldn't catch me walking around in a bag like that.
What do you mean, walking around?
The design's gross to start with. It's way too heavy to be practical. Why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before. Back at Trace Bien. Paris fashion is more my thing.
I really, really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. That's one impressive desk, one impressive rug.
It's solid gold, Nick. Gold. Look at that shine. Only real gold shines like that. Oh, Nick, I gotta steal it. I gotta steal it, Nick.
Would you really want a shiny desk, though?
I don't know. But let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled.
That's because it's completely dazzling.
I can see my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting.
So the desk isn't practical. No surprise there. The guy who died wrote all his music, and he was threatening to leave and make music on his own or expose him. And he went to the restaurant to try and persuade him. He said no, and Tiger poisoned him. You got a small PB on Solemn Tempest. Very nice. You didn't fall back down this time. Went through compromise.
What is that supposed to mean?
It must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Oh, you did fall to the bottom. Oh.
Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That... Ah! That's Tenderlender's guiding principle. Oh! Compromise, the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick?
Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers.
Hey, look at this Parisian style coat. It's so chic.
Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion.
Hey, look at this. Oh, Nick, you could be my pimp. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick.
Hey, it even has an attorney's badge on it. Same color as my suit.
Ah!
Keep your voice down, Maya.
Nick, you gotta take a look at this. Some cake. I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure, thanks. Just wait here quietly or otherwise. Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said.
Yeah, sure.
I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you, understand?
Oh.
I'm scared, Nick.
So? What were you getting excited about before?
Look on the label of the suit.
That's an attorney's badge. Made of cardboard? You're telling me the judge fell for this? You know what? Yeah, okay.
Is the tiger a lawyer?
No way, look at this thing. It's made of paper.
For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick.
Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? Come on, from under the desk, Maya.
What are you two snooping around my office for?
Nothing. We were just...
Ah! My precious carpet! You got ash on my rug! Oh, you're gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door.
It wasn't us. It was already like that.
You just wanna argue with me? Is that what you're doing? Oh, you think you can take me on? I'm a fly using the package that turns you into my new rugs.
Ah!
Oh, Don Tiger, you're back.
That voice.
Evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tiger. I knocked over that ashtray earlier, and...
Hey, has she got a death wish or what? Oh, right.
Huh?
Forget about it, Violetta. It's not...
What?
I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear?
That's so unfair! Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan.
Whoa! Phoenix Wright!
Yes.
You was either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan.
So it was him.
He's my phony. Hey, but I don't care. No one gets in my way.
What? I mean, excuse me?
You should have left the little girl at home, right?
I have a few things I want to...
No questions. This is the last time we meet.
Wait! Please!
That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him.
Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream. Hold it, either.
The espresso. Ah! And cookies.
This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? Possibly part of the staff at Tender Lender? A thoroughly bitter person. So I'm kind of curious about your company, Tender Lender.
With a warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest and an attractive repayment policy.
Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well?
We will tenderly lend you a little bit extra here at Tender Lender. Hey, Nick. Things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan?
Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much.
Tender Lender is on your side.
So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then?
We give you more coffee. Strong coffee.
Right. I think I'd rather skip town.
Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well.
So, do you know about the incident we're investigating?
What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager.
The manager being the tiger?
Furio Tigre. Furio?
Tiger? So that's where the tiger thing comes from.
Siani Yob's got a real name, Nick! Hurry up and find out more about him!
Alright. Furio Tigre. Tigre? 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 I guess I'll just call him Tiger. I mean, it's kind of what he's called anyways. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tiger.
Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Hee 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 hee. Good, Nick, the honor's all yours.
No, 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 ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. Tigre? Okay, I'll just call him Tigre then. What are the tiger and the scary girl doing working together?
We are lovers.
Well, that's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice.
I owe Don Tigre my
Tigre.
Don Tigre my life. He's the one who saved me.
The tiger saved you?
Please address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to.
Okay, okay, Don Tigre, of course, I'm sorry. You saved her life. I'd sure like to know how that happened.
I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope.
I guess they were expecting her to take the boat ride across the river Styx.
But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding it a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso.
Still wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you've got that bandage around your head?
This?
So what's the story with the bandage?
They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. Fatal injury!
I just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you died once? Oh, okay. How many? Whoa. 4.
She really creeps me out, Nick.
Same here, but we've got to find out the truth.
I gotta turn my lights on.
Ow!
Alright. I guess we'll just go right in. I'm guessing we don't have the evidence, but whatever. Let's just try it.
The head bandage. You said that the bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct?
Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently.
Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question happen to have something to do with this? Well?
Donuts? I baked them myself. Homemade donuts. Have one.
What's inside?
Jam and...
I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch that. Thanks. But no thanks, I think I'll pass. I guess that was a flop. Violeta's homemade donuts. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Hurt very badly. Oh, maybe it was because of this? No. I don't think I have anything. Nope. Alright. I don't got no goddamn evidence over here, man. I got no freaking evidence over here, man. I got like no evidence, goddammit.
Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre.
Cookie? Sure? How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Go ahead, Nick. The honor's all yours.
No, ladies first. Same thing. Did I already ask that? I guess I did. Okay. Let's see, do you know anything about this? No. Do you know anything about this? Nope. Do you know anything about this? Nope. Okay. Oh wait, maybe the car repair. Is it your car? No. Okay. Well, I think we can't really do anything else. Vitamin Square.
There he is! Old Zeddy's back feeding the pigeons again.
There! Take these! And this! And get out of my park!
Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya. Just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we can.
What? Why? Hello, old man!
What are you doing, Maya?
Huh? Ka!
Hey, he just turned his back on us.
I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning.
Hey, Mr. Kudo.
Pigeon.
Look, we really need to talk to you, alright?
How to win the demons! Into the good fortune!
Ow, 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 seeds! Oh, shell splinters! Painful.
I always knew you were a demon, Maya. Phoenix spam in Marvel vs. Capcom must get annoying. Take that, take that, take that. Objection, objection, objection. Don't you mean endearing and awesome? I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today.
Ka! Everyone will be talking behind my back now. Dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. A filthy, depraved animal.
Not at all.
Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw the waitress put it in. She put in the white powder into the young lad's Javicino.
We hear you.
And another thing, the layabout was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles.
Really sorry.
So I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you, I tell you, I tell you.
Okay, okay. Take it easy, please, Mr. Coon.
Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take it easy.
So you said you were a craftsman, right?
The modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves.
Surely it's not that.
I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born one.
Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself.
I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose.
Well, I'm sure he wasn't the only one. You've got quite the interesting nose yourself.
And scream right down his ear hole, objection!
Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young?
I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all.
I've got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out!
If we let him start rambling now, we might never, ever shut him up. What should I do? Suck it up. Let's listen to what he has to say. Guess I better let him talk. So there's not much to call for craftsmen these days, then?
Of course course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands.
Errands?
Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some breadcrumbs, take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman?
Well...
Buy some bread, now that I can understand. But what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't the people say that when they mean get lost? That's what they're trying to say. Oh, yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at the restaurant, I just can't get in the way. I just get in the way.
I'm sure you don't.
Wait a minute. What did he just say? At home and at the restaurant? Hold up. By restaurant, are you talking about Trace Beyond? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did. The very same day that young brat was poisoned.
But what? Alright. So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over on the table. The servant girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast. I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me. Excusez-moi, you should call the police. Call them yourself. I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time.
So, did you end up calling the police?
Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze.
You call them on your cell phone?
Do I look like I have one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course.
You went looking for one?
I couldn't find one right away, you know. I wandered around for 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes?
So for 5 minutes after the incident happened.
Yes, sirree. The owner at Tribulations was on his own.
Why didn't you mention this in court this morning?
Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. But all of you bullied me out of the courtroom.
I mean, he was kind of being a bit of a dingbat. If you were patient and nice, you know, maybe it would have been better.
It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame.
You could have at least told us before we got to court.
Is it really important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police?
What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that woman, I mean that man, alone in the restaurant. Why do they keep doing that? Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose.
What do you mean?
Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant.
Ah. Oh, sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way, as usual. I should have just been keeping myself covered in pigeon poop instead.
Alright, I need another drink.
I need another drink. I need another drinky.
And today at the supermarket, I got we have this like juice brand called Fresh Up. It's pretty decent juice, but they have these like fizzy juices, which is like just a soda, but it's with like real fruit juice. They're delicious. I love them. I gotta feed y'all one. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, your statues comment? Yeah, I was about to read it. But yeah, I mean, they are so still. I wonder if the DS ones have more dynamic backgrounds. I don't mind the hand-drawn ones, though. It is very nice, even if it's, like, frozen. He said talk to Maggie and the chef.
Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again.
The place is open for business. You can't have an open restaurant without a chef.
Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me.
Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened. Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone.
Missing when we need to talk to him the most.
Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose? Maggie's not here either. Maybe Gumshoe... Oh, I know Gumshoe is there. Ugh. Where are we supposed to go? Who are we supposed to talk to? Hell, maybe Gumshoe knows? He was in the restaurant.
You know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of toxins. Then he gave me this bottle.
What's in it?
I don't know, the label says juniper.
Alright, we already... Yep.
Cool.
Well, I'm officially at a loss as to where to start.
Yeah, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first.
I guess we should try put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some use.
Yeah, that's true.
So we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the victim really was. Somehow, I think the key to this case has got to be at Tribulations.
Well, then let's go back there and check it out again. Oh, we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too.
I would love to, but she is in the slammer and no one's here. Is there something else in the kitchen? Oh, I forgot about cheesecake. I was gonna buy one today. I didn't end up doing it. I forgot about my cheesecake craving. Damn it. No. Damn you, brain. Forgetting the cheesecake. Second option to talk to my... Yeah, it's just like more ideas. It's probably not gonna be important. Incident. Do I have another incident set up? Victor's testimony, Glenn's autopsy, just being floor plans, crime photo. Maybe the crime photo. Bep, 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 bep. Did I break Gumshoe's lock? Yeah, I did already. That was easy. It was just showing him the the lottery ticket. Do you have more talk options? Nope.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay. What about this? Nope. What about... What about... fucking penis? I don't know. Seen this guy before? This gal? Nope. Okay. I mean, the only thing I know we have left to do is open the lock on, what was her name? Violetta? Yeah. But I don't know how to do that. I don't think we have the incident. Can I talk to the guard? Hey, when's Maggie coming back? This guard monitors the visiting room. There's nothing for him to do right now, so he's catching some vertical Z's. Okay. Oh, did I show him the victim?
This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place he worked.
What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden?
He wasn't literally a computer, Maya.
Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim.
Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday as well.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun?
But fun, oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elk worked yet? You might as well.
His workplace? Where's that?
Sorry, pal. Ugh, that's disgusting. You guys eating here? This place fucking tastes like shit. A computer firm called Blue Screen Inc. or something like that.
Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go.
Computers aren't really my thing, Maya.
We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff.
I wonder about that.
It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We got a big meeting starting in a bit.
About Maggie's case, you mean?
No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment. So she's being pushed aside.
Okay, well, we'll see you later then.
Bye! See you later, pals.
He's coming back. Wait, hold on.
I forgot to give you a kiss goodbye, Mr. Wright. Here you go.
Thank you. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late.
Actually, I've kind of got a favor to ask. It's a big one. Can you kiss me back next time? God, a guy tries his best and you just shut him down so quickly.
A favor?
Yeah, it's for Maggie, actually. I was kind of hoping you'd give this to her for me.
What is it?
It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She said she'd lost a lot of weight.
Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could down that much meat.
You've never met Maggie, have you? Let me tell you, pal, she gobbles weenies like a mad lad. I love weenies, can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So will you give it to her? It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal.
Can't exactly say no, can I? Fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies.
Or maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry.
Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie.
He's finally gone. Oh, how sweet. All right. Let's go. They went there? I went there. The game didn't say that. That was my improv. They didn't say anything about that. Gumshoe's the one who likes weenies. Ugh. This place is awesome. Look at that guy hunched over. Oh my god, somebody call Notre Dame.
Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air.
It is a computer firm, Maya, and they can't work without electricity, you know.
Who are you?
Oh, that's not the right voice.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only.
I'm just gonna roll with it.
This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked.
Wow, what secrets?
Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building.
Understood.
Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show.
My name is Lisa.
Here, spit it into my hand. Ooh, Nick, look, I got a souvenir. My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director.
The director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in a shell. That thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Glenn Elg's?
That's a DMH, right?
Nice try. It's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD.
All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then, do you write programs too?
No, I just enjoy wearing it.
They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one.
So, what exactly is this firm's business? I'll try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them.
You lost me on the corner of analyze and management.
That doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right?
The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs?
Yes, CDs nuts. Digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers.
Let's ask one of them what they're doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now?
I'm researching the impact of time slicing and logical to share the global variables. Obviously, influences and reported over time. Variables and memories overhead is vitally important to the success.
Well, you get the idea. Stop talking, please. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all of that? Yeah, yep, definitely.
Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You understood most of that? You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil?
You mean about Glenn being poisoned?
Yes, I know, it's terrible.
Can you tell us anything that might be helpful?
Sorry, it's from the electricity I ate earlier. I don't think so. An officer was here earlier, too. I couldn't tell him anything either, because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screen Sync.
Oh.
How about Mr. Eldrick's desk? Have you already cleared it out?
No, not yet.
It's this one, right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you're welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. What's Lisa Basil's gimmick for her name? Lisa Basil, okay. Well, Basil is green, and she is blue. Lisa is the name of a Simpson, and she likes saxophones. That's the word. So that all comes to mean she is a computer woman. Moving on.
Well, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess.
Looks pretty average to me.
But you can't get any work done when it's all over the place like this.
You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. Trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then.
Hey, this calendar.
What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it.
Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen.
December 3rd. Just the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else?
Yeah, it says, meet with the tiger.
The tiger? Uh-oh. Alright. Tell me, what's the whole gimmick with her? Lisa Basil? She got my thing? Yeah. Oh, it is backwards. But Lisa Basil actually makes sense. Glenn Elg is already a weird name. Lisa Basil, that doesn't even ring any alarms. To be honest, I kind of forgot completely about the palindrome stuff we were talking about yesterday.
Oh, Mr. Wright!
Hi, Maggie. So they finished questioning you?
Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm gonna stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man.
Well, he was all over the place with his testimony.
He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway.
Is it possible that she's the one misremembering things? Oh yeah, I've got something you're gonna love.
Really? What is it?
A lunchbox, just for you. Here.
Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies, too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? You know, whoever makes me weenies gets their weenie sucked. You know what I'm saying, Nick? Come on. Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this, too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir.
Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that.
The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them.
Somehow when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier.
In any way, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But...
She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste.
But, I guess so.
Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya.
Well, how was it?
That hit the spot. I love Wheaties.
Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir.
You're being so butthurt. He was begging us to break his testimony for you, you know.
Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there are just too many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table.
Phoenix would love weenies. Well, I'm glad Phoenix could actually get some food he liked. Every other time we're eating, it's like disgusting, putrid, like slop. But he really loved that. At the least.
He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him.
But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? Yeah, he does get burgers with Maya all the time, that's right. I mean, health-wise, maybe we gotta check up on these two, but other than that, I mean...
So you really think all this disappearing man... It was all this disappearing man that did it? It's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know the CD with the writing on it? Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right?
It was MC Bomber, Maya! That name was scrawled in the sports paper as well.
I never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir.
Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too.
Ouch, my head's it's getting way too complicated.
You said that you passed out when the victim Glenn collapsed, right?
Yeah, it was so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to the restaurant, I was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir.
So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations.
Nope, no idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright?
The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture.
Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police.
Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was all alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time.
No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you?
When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all.
Oh, it's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier.
I don't know. The things that man says doesn't add up for some reason, sir.
Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out.
Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD.
We could also show her the CD.
I know I used to be on the police force, but I'm incarcerated now. I don't pick up much information in here. All I can help you out with is the menu at Tribulations.
Come on! It's the CD! Why can't I show you that? Oh, can we ask you about this?
Oh yeah, that's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them.
The ketchup splotch, you mean?
My whole face was a fire engine red thanks to that stuff. But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how the ketchup covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face. Oh, talking about a tomato red face makes me wish I could have seen it myself. Yeah, I guess it was kind of a sight to behold.
Show her... Who? Who did they... Oh, CD?
I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. Feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better.
Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you gotta tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony.
Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it.
Thanks, I guess. At least we don't have to, you know, Magatama. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you?
Actually, yeah. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with was quite... doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table... It's true there was another customer in the restaurant.
Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo.
I can't really say. It was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman.
A woman?
Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. What did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. She had kind of a cackling laugh.
Creepy.
Cackling?
Why do I get the feeling I've come across that woman recently? Is it this one? Oh, okay.
Holy smokes! That's fucking him!
Huh?
That's your phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at that ridiculous suntan.
For the record, I am not sunburned like an over-dried tomato, so I don't know how.
He told me he'd been out on a business trip to Hawaii, and that's where he got the tan.
I'm not hearing this! Oh, I didn't show her the fake badge. Okay, guess I'm going back.
Is that your attorney's badge?
Actually, it's a fake.
Holy smokes, that's it! Huh? That's the badge your phony had, Mr. Wright!
You got duped by this? It's cardboard!
It's a completely different color.
What about the fact that it's made of paper?
He said the badge got a tan as well while he was on the business in Hawaii.
I'm beginning to see how my phony was able to gain her trust. Anything else we need to talk to you about?
Potassium cyanide? I've never even heard of that poison in my life, sir. Okay, maybe I have. But I've never seen it before. That's the truth. I won't even know where the nearest potassium cyanide dealer is in the first place. Potassium cyanide dealers? Sounds like another group of drug pushers to avoid.
In any case, this definitely isn't something you can pick up just anywhere.
Ooh, curse my rotten luck. The criminal must have stuck the bottle in my apron while I was unconscious.
Ooh. Nothing to say about the crime scene photo. Oh yeah, what about Victor's testimony? Oh, it's the same thing. That's cool, so it would have worked with the testimony or showing her him. No, not that either. Aw, there's no, like, flavor dialogue about the twin T? Okay. Oop.
That's the paper the victim had with him, isn't it? That's what we think, madam.
Any theories on how the murder was carried out? So, the chef was in debt to the tender lender. And so, to, like, ease up on him, they convinced him to carry out a murder in the restaurant on another guy who owed them money. This little fella right here. Because he probably owed them money too, since he was a gambling addict. And then, as we know, he won $500,000. Which is probably what he was, like, trying to show. He's like, oh, listen, man, I'll win $500,000, don't you worry. And then he did it. They're like, oh, well, now we can kill him and take the money. But the fact that they didn't take the ticket is weird. Because Godot had it. And then I think that the chef planted the evidence on Maggie as they made their escape. And then obviously they tried to put it into the ground, trying to act off as me. That's my little game theory right now. Okay, so you're done, I think.
Back when I was an officer, Detective Gumshoe always looked out for me. But today I was the one who had to look out for him, trying to incriminate me the whole time.
You gotta remember, Maggie, Gumshoe's a detective. He's got a job to do.
My old boss. I thought at least he'd be on my side. He is on your side. He'd do anything for you. You can't fool me. I saw him in court today. I felt like a poor little baby woodpecker being pecked on the head by its own mother.
Gumshoe's testimony was pretty solid, no matter how much it hurts.
I hate him, sir. I mean, I don't ever want to see him again.
Any explanation for the old man's testimony? So I think the old man saw Violetta. I think Violetta posed as another waitress and brought him the coffee. But he brought, or she brought TIGRE the coffee. Because there was 2 coffees there. So I think they both had coffee. And he drank from the side that, well, he saw. He's just being a little silly, goofy goober. And he doesn't remember seeing 2 people. That's the only way I could see it. Unless his vision was flipped for some reason. Unless he was watching through a mirror or something. Other than that, I wouldn't guess. I'm guessing he saw TIGRE do it. But I don't know, if his vision was flipped somehow, that would also make sense. If he was watching through the vase, I don't fucking know. All will come true soon.
I don't think it's getting through to her that he really was trying to help. Mr. Armstrong was very good to me after I was fired from the force. Can't believe someone as nice as him could do anything, could have anything to do with this.
Well, in the time between the victim being poisoned and the police being called, the only person who was on the scene who had any chance to do anything was Mr. Armstrong. There was no one else there.
Mr. Armstrong wouldn't set me up, would he?
Yeah, I think he would, actually. They're gonna cut his dick off if he doesn't. Is that you done, then? Is Mr. Armstrong back? Nope! Cool! What piece of evidence am I supposed to show to one specific person? I'm guessing we're not done with Maggie, since she just opened back up.
Boo, 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 boo.
Maya. Same thing as before. Do you know Mia? Nope. Godot? Nope. Nothing against Godot. Yourself?
No matter what happens, I never let things get me down.
Okay. Do the thing at the victim's job? Okay, we can go back there. Oh yeah, wait, we only got the calendar thing. Hello. Maybe I can talk to you. What else can you tell us about him? About Mr. Elg.
He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Huh? Like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he really was no trouble at all. A model employee.
Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. I gotta find out what this trouble was exactly. There we go. About Mr. Elg. Was he in some kind of trouble?
I'm sorry. Why would you think that?
I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself in trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Oh, great. Hooray! More Cyclops. 3 Cyclops?
I guess Mr. L is like the every other man with his own pile of secrets.
Alright. Let's figure out these problems. I mean, I probably have all the evidence I need for that. I like her suit.
Oh, my face is so smooth.
I just shaved last night. And after I shave, I just can't stop touching my face. Like, where'd all my hair go? What happened? Why did I do that? Money. Or sticky notes. Got a loan from Tiger, that's what we were saying, that's what we were saying! He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he?
Wow! I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm babyface right now. I always forget to do under my my bottom lip, though. Does anyone else forget to do that part? I always do, you know, everything around it. My mustache, my sideburns, my, you know, the beard part. But every single time I forget to do under my bottom lip. Every time. It's like, I don't want to pull out the shaver again to just get that. It's a waste of time. Lucky it's not very apparent. Can't really tell. At least I don't think you can. That's the first thing you do, really? It's always the part I forget. I've forgotten it like every single time. I'll never get used to this. Maybe I should just go complete caveman mode and never ever shave. And what about your spirit medium trading? Oops.
Hey, look, Nick! It's a supercomputer! It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it?
Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya.
That explains why we don't use the computer in our office.
You work there too, Maya.
Yeah, but at least I'm...
Please don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise the computer will laugh at you.
She said she'd laugh at us, Nick.
She's a human, Maya, not a computer. We don't know that for sure. This could be the next version of, Siri. Phlegm in the back of my throat doesn't want to come loose. There we go. That's better. Is it, though? Alright, 3. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here.
Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service?
What's she talking about? I guess I'd better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's trouble have something to do with this?
What is that?
A lottery ticket. There are a ton of these on the victim's table at the scene of the crime.
And what is the relevance of that?
The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg, had a gambling habit, didn't he?
I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts.
Everyone dreams of being rich, even I listen to millionaire radio. He's right, that is a bit of weak on its own. But Mr. L, gambling wasn't restricted to lottery, was it? No? But Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to the lottery, was it? Repair bill. Wasn't restricted to the lottery? No. I did save, right? Maybe the debts? Nope. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Wasn't restricted to the lottery. Sports paper? Nope. Ah! Help! Alright, I'm gonna reset. Okay. So, lottery ticket, then another proof he was gambling somewhere else. That didn't work. That didn't work. I don't think the repair bill is linked to him. Do I not have it yet? Yeah, I don't think I do. Yeah, we don't have it. Anything else? Anything else? The paper on the floor? I did not. I thought I hovered over it, but I didn't.
Wow, look at this mess!
Looks like they're all betting tickets.
What kind of betting tickets?
We're betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets.
Oh wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these.
Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. There we go. Doo-doo.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, that is good. You guys gotta try Fijo's if you get the chance. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you get the chance, you should definitely give it a go. Alright. The lottery. Horse racing? He bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the one to cause some pretty serious trouble, perhaps?
No. You're right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand?
Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any.
But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he, for $500,000?
Yeah, but
it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it?
it's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end.
But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean?
Someone or something terrifying and ferocious. Furio Tigre, the boss of the loan office called Tender Lender.
Tender lender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices.
Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think?
Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money.
No. I mean about Mr. Elg.
You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Please try again later.
Really? Because I got proof that Mr. Elg and the Tiger knew each other. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of the loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elg met on the day of his murder. The only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt.
No! Sorry, I cannot hear you over the sawing. You will have to speak up. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think.
$100,000? Ouch.
But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear.
Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then?
Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money.
Using his asshole, huh? His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. What was a computer program? What computer program is called worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? Huh. She can't deny it if I show her the program itself as evidence. The program! It wasn't MC Bomber! But what was it? I don't think I have that. Damn it, we were so close. Oh, this? MC Bomber seems to be related to it. Okay. Cool. I'm a fraud, I guess. I'm gonna do it one more time. Okay. Just in case I accidentally did the wrong thing. I was so close. So close. So very close. So very close. I can check out this. Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling.
Nah, they're just a bit twisted or warped or whatever the word I'm looking for is.
This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind.
Futuristic?
Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future, and then we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul.
On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place really is unsettling.
Alright, so we gotta go find something in the hills. We gotta go find this goddamn thing. Okay.
Ah, that's the victim, isn't it?
That day was the first time you'd ever seen this man, right?
Yes, I've never met or seen him before then.
Okay. Oh. The main server just went up in smoke! Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already! Yeah, there's a problem with the internet, too. I already told you to stop using the computer, Chief! But I watch your videos online! I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas! Oh, it's gonna have to wait, Chief! I'm throwing the switch! No! Just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend. About to confess to his son's girlfriend? What? Confess what? Now I'm interested. What's he watching? What's this? What?
Wow, this place is really buzzing.
Something must be going down. Something really big.
Huh? What are you two doing here, pal?
Detective Gumshoe!
You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay.
Huh?
We got big problems here today.
Why? What's going on?
It's a virus! A virus!
A virus?
There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system.
I really need to ask you some questions.
What exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe?
I don't know.
What?
Look, I ain't just going with the flow, alright, pal?
Here, I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable.
What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is?
Well, Nick, do you?
A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course.
Really? Oh, you know everything, Professor Nick.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on.
Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright?
Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. Check the Discord, check the Discord, check the Discord. Alright, I'm checking the Discord. God. A New Zealand charity apologized on Wednesday for distributing dozens of pineapple-flavored candies that were found to be laced with potentially lethal amounts of methamphetamine. That's pretty fucking based. That's awesome. The plan's working. Ah, excellent. Listen, let's just say I got a big toe in the methamphetamine pineapple candy industry, alright? Listen, that's where the money is, alright? You want the money? You gotta go where the methamphetamine pineapple is, alright?
Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up.
Yes.
No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear?
Okay.
If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there.
We're not thinking about borrowing money, Detective. We want information.
Oh, is that all? Let's see. Tender lending's considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. It seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed calling in all their debts.
Really?
Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady.
Right. I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady?
Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick?
We better find out what the story is with this lady. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage.
Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode?
No, the damage is, well, it's internal.
So the inside goes boom, right?
Imagine all the case data you stored on your PC here in the station. A virus could wipe out all of that. That's kind of the damage I'm talking about.
Whoa, that's scary.
Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious.
Infectious?
Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus keeps spreading faster and faster.
Just like a real virus, huh?
But Nick, why would anyone make a program like that?
Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why'd you want to destroy it, pal?
No, people don't affect their own machines. They send a virus over to someone else's.
What? That's horrible!
Oh, I get it. It's like you're sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold.
Right! Then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong.
What? Where? When did the conversation jump to talking to me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage.
And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before.
The name of the virus? Well, I feel like I've heard it before, too.
That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it.
She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she?
That should be the least of your worries, pal.
What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? LaSalle is really atmospheric, you guys. Trust.
Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini.
Bruno Cadaverini? You know who that is, Nick?
Never heard of him.
Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family.
The Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name.
We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you?
No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. I'm trying to get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis?
Who are they? Well, a scary bunch of people, aren't you?
You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about?
Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or cop. These guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They get too much moolah.
Moolah? As in,
they pretty much control all the cash in the city's black market.
Black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it?
Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini. I mean, no one.
Interesting.
So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss, then?
Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him.
So, how did she end up at Tender Lender?
I don't know, pal. I heard she and the boss at Tender Lender are pretty tight.
Tight? I'm tight! Aren't I, Nick?
What? What are you talking about?
Well, that's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case.
Sounds like a pretty important clue. Okay, can't talk about that. Well, now we know this is definitely relating to Cadaverini. And we know this is related to the girl.
Ah, this is it! This stupid name! I remember now!
I thought so. Here it comes.
Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on?
It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it.
The name's scribbled in the sports paper and it's written on that CD. That's the name of the virus, MC Bomber.
What?
Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer at the station, pal. It's MC Bomber.
Can you give us any more details, please? Alright, thought so.
We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met.
Who are they?
I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess.
Now the virus has been released, huh?
Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival.
All this stuff with criminals and viruses. Now it feels like we're in a sci-fi movie.
Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the route of the virus back to the black market.
Did someone put this virus up for sale?
Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating the price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal.
Millions? A virus can be worth that much?
Oh, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing.
That is?
You know, the lunchbox. How'd everything go?
Oh, the lunchbox?
You remember the weenies?
I don't think she hates weenies. I think she just said that because Gumshoe made it. She was all happy to devour it when Phoenix said he made it, but... Oh my god. I hate recovering from sickness almost as much as being sick. My nose is so stuffy all the time.
So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch?
Huh? Well, it was delicious.
Yes, that's what you said, really?
Well, not exactly.
Yeah, don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared.
Prepared? What do you mean?
I made a jumbo lunchbox.
Oh,
Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this?
This is sure a heavy burden in more ways than one.
Just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that.
weenies again, Nick. Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. Really can't eat anymore.
Alright, well. Oh, she's gone. Hey, guard, do you want some weenies? We got some great weenies for you, pal. Well, we got it. Oh. Save. Her ass is cooked. Sorry, Siri. We know your whole shindig. You're making and selling viruses, aren't you? The weenies! Oh, I really wish we had all of it when we came to her. Mr. Elg and Tigre knew each other. Yep, there you go. And last luck. And now... what about this? Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting the computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber.
No.
Unlock successful. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer. It had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky. Risky? How?
Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Trace Bien.
Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. L was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius, in a bad sort of way, of course, but it's still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Conceivable, Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that's marked on the calendar. That was the deadline for repaying his debts. Yep. We thought so. Guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore.
Use the trash can, Nick!
Why? They're all on the floor anyways. Let them do it. Alright. So now we, now what? We got the info we needed. was selling off his debts. Oh, maybe we confront... Whoops. These guys? Nope. Nope. Oh, maybe we go back to Gumshoe and tell him about it. Maybe? Where is the precinct? There it is. Ah, come on. Talk about this boy?
This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked.
What happens when he crashes, though?
Oh my god. Yes. However...
That lady's the boss of Blue Screens Inc., pal. Yeah, I figured she's clean, got nothing to hide. She seemed kind of like a doll to me. In a good way, and a bad way. Kind of makes you think she might be hiding something. I wouldn't go flashing that photo around if I were you, pal.
Why not?
That guy rules the criminal underworld. You can get yourselves in serious trouble. I'm talking say your prayers trouble.
You're shaking, Detective.
Like a leaf. I'm just, you know, kind of on the edge at the moment, if you know what I mean.
Show that to his granddaughter, maybe.
Hey, check this out! Oh wait, I should probably save, just in case she kills us on the spot. Yo, check this fucking photo out real quick. This man's your grandfather, right?
Carrying a picture like that around with you. You should watch your back.
Thanks for the advice.
Family is always watching me from the shadows. The family? Is that I saw something suspicious under the rug? One wrong move and you might disappear forever.
This feels like Halloween, only a lot more real, and a whole lot scarier, too. The accident. Well, this is all smashed up. Maybe they were in a car accident, and then he paid back the money. And now he's treating her nice just to be, you know, on the good side of the Cataverina family. Cataverini. Boo, 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 boo. Nope, he's not back yet. He's still avoiding us. Anywhere else? Breaking your lock? I don't know what the incident is. Her first one is, what was the incident? I guess I could bring this up. Yeah, maybe that's it. But we don't know about it. We just have it. There wasn't any information or like a conversation that explained that happening. Yeah. We have, you know, obvious evidence that something did happen. His scooter's broken, and then we have the bill. So we can try. Oh, never mind, we don't need nothing. I have here a car repair bill. that I swear I tried to show you earlier, but nothing happened. But I guess I didn't. Here it is again, by the way. Or for the first time, depending on what happened earlier. From this, it seemed pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident.
Let me see that. This bill's made out to the Cataverinis?
Oh, maybe I had to wait until I found out that she was a part of the Cataverinis? Like, until Gumshoe told me about her being related to the old guy? Maybe. That sounds about right in my big old brain. Yes, it is.
I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cataverinis have to do with me?
I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you?
It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but... I took a blow to the head. A bad one.
Yeah, I can imagine. So that what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right?
I don't know what happened to them.
Viola Katamari.
They ran away, or so I heard.
Ran away?
They'd stayed. I'd have...
Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run been... It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident.
It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided. The motorbike in my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he?
Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the Tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. What? No! Why did I press circle? I haven't. No! No! I was one-handed because I was blowing my nose. Ah! 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 Go, 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 go! Take that! Take this. Yes. Bike broken. Broken bike. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on the scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they?
It's possible, perhaps. Somewhere inside me I know that may be true.
I knew it.
But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated and very expensive.
How much are we talking?
Very, very, very expensive.
She seems to kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the Tiger who paid for it, right?
After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him.
Really? Do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Does it want me to show her granddad again? I mean, it is, right? Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? You're his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money?
$1 million.
$1 million?
4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure. Oh, really?
Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big.
They said the operation cost $1 million. A million bones! My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh?
It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks! This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow.
I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these.
What are these? Medical papers?
I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer. He simply couldn't refuse.
Okay. American healthcare, am I right? I mean, you are right.
I feel so bad for Viola.
It's inexcusable.
Huh?
There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. What about murder, pedophilia, sexual assault? Just those two things, Phoenix? Okay.
Is everything all right, Nick?
We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso.
Yeah.
I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I can get rid of this. Let's vamonos!
But sure, I have been waiting for your return.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to yous, fellas.
It's seen her.
Who'd you callin' Zeno? Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. But what? Yous wanna play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now! Uh-oh, I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because Bruto's a little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow, in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get $1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's two of us here. You got that too.
We.
Mr. Armstrong?
Forgive me, Tissot. I cannot argue with him.
Uh-oh.
That really hurt. Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait! Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal! Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You thinks you gonna stop me, copper? Beat it! Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? All right, thanks, Gumshoe.
Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind! Not with him!
I'll get even with that guy on court. I think he ruptured my spleen. Tenderlinder's going down.
Nick, Jesus fucking Christ, calm down.
You're not the one who got punched in the gut, Maya.
Oh my God, is that jam coming out of your mouth? Phoenix, I told you not to eat sandwiches without me.
I'm not the only one with a punched stomach in 2 seconds.
What's this? Oh, Nick. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie.
What do you think's gonna happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery.
That's true. We still haven't solved a single part of it yet.
Are you okay, Nick?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes.
No, that wasn't even doubt. That was, determination.
Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you.
Hey, pal!
Hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that.
How'd you know she was stressed?
I was watching through the doorway. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help.
Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too?
Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing.
Come to think of it, it does look like one of the, it doesn't look like one of the aromatherapy bottles.
This is the small bottle that turned up at Tribulations a couple days ago. You handed it to me directly, pal.
It was poison, wasn't it? Or specifically potassium.
We finally got the analysis results back from the lab.
So what is it? Is it poison?
I'm afraid not, pal. Oh. It's medication.
Oh, they swapped his medication for something else.
Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently.
For years, you mean?
Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using for his ruptured eardrum.
What's Glenn Elg's medicine doing in the kitchen? Covered in unidentified fingerprints. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that?
Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but...
That's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence.
Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense isn't impregnable today. Got it?
Hey, Nick! I'm impregnable right now. I took some of those funny pills.
Thanks, Maya. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done. Or my name isn't Phoenix Wright.
Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor.
Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of one Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems.
Mark on the rim of the cup showed that the victim drank it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand.
Thank you, Mr. Godard. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which means he was effectively deaf in that ear.
It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick?
Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it.
Hey, you've lost me already, Mr. Godard. God, I miss fucking Edgeworth. At least he was to the point.
Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You gotta change with the times. That's one of my rules.
Just how many rules do you have, Mr. Godard? Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions?
You know the answers to these riddles. The old gal wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. 17 rules, one for each cup.
Very well, let the first witness take the stand.
And you are?
Oh, bonjour, everyone! I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of Le Tribulations restaurant in Chantilly.
Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman?
Ooh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am a leopard and a perky gentleman, no?
Why am I turned on? I will have to figure this out on my own time.
On the day of the incident, you were in the Tribulations kitchen. Isn't that right?
Monsieur Michon? Everything feels right.
Flattery will get you nowhere. He's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy?
Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribulations.
We volunteers.
He'd probably like it if you threw coffee at him.
When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decors that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example.
Having a large mirror! He was watching through the mirror! That was a throwaway line I said earlier. I was right! He was watching through a fucking mirror! What a piece of shit! That's not clever! That's just a coincidence!
Hey, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. Look up la earpiece, la glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no?
But his eyepiece was on his left, though. Mirror?
Oui, un grand mirror. La most enormous mirror.
Yeah, suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. Okay, but his eyepiece is on his left, though. Right? His eyepiece is on his left. Like, it is on his left. Did I already find the contradiction? That's a weird contradiction. How are we going to explain that one away?
That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear to be back to front.
What the fuck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
And who are the two customers exactly?
My, of course, the young man who died, and the other not-so-young man.
You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume.
What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence.
We need some hard evidence before we can bring him up, don't we?
I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today?
You're not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur?
Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell this to the court before?
But I did, just a few moments ago.
Ahem, excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decoction?
No, Art Deco. It's a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing. Okay, I don't know what decoction is. What does that refer to? Phoenix, stepped in really quick to deter that.
Ah, yes, of course. That deco.
I was trying to achieve a more effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning some most bold remodeling of le decor. Like having a large mirror between the tables.
How big of a mirror are we talking here?
Something about 4 meters wide and about 2 meters high.
Let's see. If 1 meter is about 1 yard, holy glass in a frame, that's huge!
I was intending to install it in the ceiling eventually.
The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember.
I know, but I decided not to go through with it in the end.
What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies.
But
Objection!
You didn't ask, Trent. Have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. What? The mirror was delivered to Trace Beyond the day before the incident. Really? Mr. Armstrong testified he was carrying out some design changes. As it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Trace Beyond, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Huh. If you want to doubt someone, try to look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough.
So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror.
Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does this normality come into this? That's lame, try it even for you. Huh? You're trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible, is that it? Where does that leave the poky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here, well, try? Ugh, not the hair! I do not have a top knot!
Mr. Goddard is correct. His stupid mask is really weird. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument.
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, that's definitely a contradiction, because his eyepiece is on his left. If it was really reflected, he would have said it was on his right. That explains the earpiece and the picking up the coffee. Nothing else.
yeah, logic is one a day.
Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse?
Oui.
Hey, Nick, We should take a second, think about what old Seedy said in his testimony.
Yep.
If he saw everything described reflected in the mirror, then everything he said on the left was actually on the right, huh?
Because of all the problems. Or I guess, or does it? Yeah, we got it. Yeah, I was right on the money, man. I was on the money from at the gate. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony a second, shall we?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens on his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt.
So, to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw that reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side.
Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so hard, huh?
Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head?
Order, order! Mr. Wright is correct! If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in the mirror, then he would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
How bitter. Try. You should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks.
How he thinks?
Remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase, sorry apology left. I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddied his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elk?
Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece.
And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. L's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Huh. Well, Trent. Ugh. That's the worst, but best impression of Kudo ever.
Wow, I really thought he was old Seedy for a minute there. Godot's good.
Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash.
A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can a lie. So what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears.
Hey, I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. Hello, is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror, it was in the middle of this restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from where you could have seen the image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victims. That is where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way.
So he wouldn't have seen the guy sitting right there. He would have only seen the victim.
But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
I see no problems with the explanation we've just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquette. I am confusing all the men like this.
Don't worry about it.
We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Ooh, I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Oh, sure. Of course.
Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
Well, well, well. You didn't touch anything else? Interesting. 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 You didn't touch anything else? Are you sure about that?
I touched nothing except the mirror.
Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene?
Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on it exactly.
Suffering from a case of heartburn, Trent?
Focus, Phoenix, breathe. I need to ignore those two and just find some evidence. Come on, get out of here, Maya. We already know the contradiction. I just accidentally pressed the wrong one. What? Come on! Oh, yeah, wait. That also works, because we found it in his kitchen and we just got it back from Gumshoe. Oh my god, and it zip zap zip a zip a zip a zibbit a dibbit a dip zap zibbit a boop. A zibbit a dibbit a dip zap zibbit a zibbit a boop bop boota badoo. A zip zap a zuba a zuba a zip boop boop a boop. Fuck you. That's right though. Yo, game. You said show the crime photo? This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have just heard, Your Honor.
The crime photo?
Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist.
What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist? So it sounds like you're describing yourself, Trent.
Now then, if the defense would please clarify the statement. What is something that should not exist in this photo?
Dis! Because he definitely broke the vase. That just came to me. I was like, the way they worded that's really weird. Oh, if the old man was sitting there, and he definitely broke the vase is still there. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture.
The vase? What possible connection does that have with the witness's testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Oops. There's one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at that table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trent. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror at Tres Beyond that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie.
Mon Dieu!
Don't try to confuse the court, Trey. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene.
Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror.
Oh, shit. Fuck. I told him to say that. God damn it. Fuck. Shit. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? And slow down, Mr. Godot, before you give yourself a heart attack.
Oh my god. You lied again? Oh no, I didn't tell you to say that. Obvious lie.
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he could not hear? You only get one shot in life, there's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem's all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw?
If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it.
Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick?
There's more than just one contradiction, Maya.
What do you mean?
Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. There was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
He's a phony! A big, fat phony! Fat? I thought I was rather plump. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradiction in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phony?
He's a phony! A big, fat phony!
Your doctor made a mistake? The ear doctor made a mistake. That could be, like, weird, like, bringing up the bottle and being like, well, the ear doctor must have made a mistake because his bottle of medicine was found in the kitchen, and that actually proves that he was in cahoots with the big Tiger Man. But, I don't know, that's worded so weirdly. I really hope it's not that, because that's really dumb. But let's go with the victim as a phony. I did save, right? Let me just do it again, just in case. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet, there's one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. Oh! It was an imposter, a phony, pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake.
Order in the court, settle down or I'll clear the courtroom.
Quiet, Gramps, why don't you clear out of here, huh?
What did you just say? Contempt of court, Mr. Godot. You're going there.
Trent, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Mr. Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Try. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was so insistent about in his testimony was...
The serving girl brought him a Javicino and she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
It's so hard to believe, but...
There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee.
Objection!
You insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening.
That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was a scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct?
Oh la la, this is most difficult for me.
No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trispian that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
I fucking agree! What's with all this bullshit happening? God, an imposter among us? Jeez. I really wish I was playing Among Us right now. Sussy Baka. You will accurately explain in detail the event in the restaurant that day.
Oui. Le victim, monsieur, came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When we got the word he won the lottery, Moel became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all.
Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
Not good enough. What you have done is just commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later.
Oui, punish me hard, Your Honor.
Well, ignoring that weird sentence that came out of his mouth, we will hear your cross-examination, Mr. Wright, if you please.
Took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Alright, any outright contradictions? Came to my restaurant alone. Was he alone at his table as well?
Oui, I saw him from the kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Huh. Unfortunately for you, Trash. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bat. What kind of coffee has he been drinking?
It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet.
You might say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. But why would she say that? Well, I'm just gonna pull up the fucking evidence right now. Oh, cool. That just means nothing? That just means nothing, huh? That just is nothing. That's just a big load of nothing that he had a meeting with somebody on the same day as the murder. Oh, okay, cool. Great, good. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
Oui, he comes often for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're welcome anytime.
I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So, old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask more about his arrival in detail. What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 and 2:10, no?
Just after 2, huh?
Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
Well, I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? You make me blush. The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do it for you.
Merci bien. That's French, isn't it?
Glad at least one person's in a good mood.
He's even humming a song to himself.
Is there any proof that he arrived earlier? The flyer? Doing a body search of Maggie. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah! 1:30! I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong.
Okay, what do you mean?
At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket.
That must be the show Emmanuel was listening to.
I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder, could you look at the timestamp of when the show is every single week? You say the victim arrived around your restaurant around 2 p.m., correct?
Oui, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I just finished serving the lunch menu.
Get to the point, Trey, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30? Shit! It's 12:01! I gotta get home and buy a lottery ticket! Oh, careful! I gotta...
No, but... Well, if Your Honor will please wait, we'll be done before then. Supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he'd won. And yet, I don't believe his cry for joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time.
No!
This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum. Catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were two Glen Elgs in Trespien that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. Oh, are you telling me that TIGRE dressed up as him right after and got the chef to dispose of his body somewhere? Oh my god, is that actually what happened? Because if TIGRE disappeared, that would surely explain it.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Quite a performance, Trey. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lacked a rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do we explain then where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell it out for the court. However, at the time, the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Thank you, Trent. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. That customer was the phony Glen Elg. Then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Ah!
Prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. The theory is to stand up to examination by the court. You must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yeah, kitchen. Obvious. This chef is obviously lying to the court. He had something to do with it. Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trent. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elk concealed?
Inside. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations.
Interesting. But where could the body have been hidden inside the restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor. The kitchen! The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? What's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Too bad. I don't think you'll ever grasp the real heart of rock and roll. Okay, so that was wrong. What are you talking about?
He means that your evidence is relevant, Mr. Wright.
Well, if you'd let me explain why it is relevant, maybe you wouldn't be saying that.
Come on, Nick. You've got to think it through.
Shut up, Maya. You weren't helping. You're just sitting there watching the trial with a happy smile on your face. What would prove that it's in the kitchen? Well, I thought it was going to be that. $500,000. The owner of the loan is tender lender. Bottle because they're both in the kitchen? Oh, that's a good point. Not really, it's kind of weird, but maybe, yeah? Alright, we'll try that.
He was in the kitchen, and the murder weapon was a bottle of shit.
Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No. I have never seen such ugly bottle ever in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations.
Okay. But I only ever use 6 bottles for my aromatherapy oils.
But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an oncological clinic and was given medication that day. You can't even pronounce it right. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results right here. The contents of the bottles match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elk. Mr. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant's kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen?
Mon Dieu.
Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client Maggie Bird, however. You were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
No!
Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elk?
Never! I could never do such a horrible thing.
Oh! Mr. Godot?
The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules.
You have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? You should be dead!
And I like to do the same with the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. So listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend?
Je demande pardon. You must hear me out. It was a trap. Listen to me. Por favor.
Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish.
I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it?
No, absolutely no.
Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Thank you, Freya.
Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement.
I'm doing good.
If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel.
It is clear.
What do they always say in the movies? Got a bad feeling about this? Where am I from? I'm from New Zealand.
Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
It is true. I ate the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with it. Because there was a reason why I could not refuse.
You're from France? Cool.
But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me.
Dungeonborn? Is it Bloodborne inspired? I'm guessing it is, since it's born. Kill them? Kill them! Well, don't get too hasty. I had my... I have my doubts, but I try to be open to everyone. It's like dark and darker.
You're forced? By who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table?
There was. There was another man.
I knew it.
Maggie was telling the truth.
Of course she was. What, you thought she was just lying this whole time? Uh-oh. Yep, right there. Freya, you know what? I'm gonna call you out right now. Listen, I understand. But you had to click OK to our rules. And you know what it said in our chat rules? No offering art. Quite clearly. Written out. I'm sorry. But unless you back down... Laser's got the... You better watch out. He's got a laser pointed right to your head. He's got the snipers all lined up on you, alright? Listen. Cool it. Oh, shit! Well, I was gonna give her a chance. Laser, you gotta careful with that trigger finger. On my command! Oh well. She's dead. Sorry, Freya. You accepted the rules and went with it? I mean, I can't hold this guy back. He's crazy. He'll kill you if you say something like that. He's untamable. You don't think they're real? Well, I gotta treat them like they're real. Because what if, you know? What if? I gotta treat everyone with the same kindness, even if it's a robot. And no, I'm not just covering my ass for the AI uprising. Okay, maybe a little bit. But I always try to be nice. Alright? I try to play nice. No, keep the ban. They went against the rules. It's fine. Don't revive her.
Let this be a lesson to you robots.
I was on your side.
Laser's the one who did it.
There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the real killer. You know what also sucks? Those robots don't unfollow you either. They stick around and then you just have a dead follower and it sucks.
It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen.
Did you carry the body by yourself?
I carried him and I carried Maggie too.
Maggie too?
When she saw the victim, she fainted. I could not leave her here.
But why did you hide the bodies?
Man forced me to do it. I had no choice.
What man? Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared.
You just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. Do we just show the man? Yep. Let's end this dance of Ring Around the Rosie, Mr. Armstrong. This man is the one you've been referring to.
Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, I don't know, maybe a month ago in this very courtroom. This man is Furio Tigre. He's the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least not while he had this on you. Now we show this. $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. You had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you.
It is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong.
The tiger. It told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and unconscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. And after that, I tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that was found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well?
No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It is despicable.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that we can be adjourned today, so we will adjourn for now. Oh, I doubt that can be arranged today, so I'll adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. Sorry, messed up my line.
30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see it to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Trent. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way.
Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess.
Boom, psh, boom, boom, psh, boom, psh, boom, boom, psh. No, we're gonna finish the trial today. Sorry, guys. If you're tired, sorry. If you want to go to bed, you can. You know, the rest of this trial will be up on YouTube tomorrow anyways. Or later tonight, I don't know. Stick around if you want. If you need to go to bed, it's alright. I might go grab another drink, though. I bought some Coke No Sugar as well. I need to keep my whistle wet. And I need to go to the toilet as well. So we'll take a quick, well, as the judge said, a little bit of a recess. Not 30 minutes. More like roughly 5-10 minutes. I don't know. However long it takes me. I'll put on some music since it's gone. But yeah, this trial is going crazy. It is goofy, but I don't know. It doesn't seem that out of pocket as much as the other ones. I still think the dumbest trial was the circus one. But maybe we haven't gotten to the craziest part yet. Alright, I'll be right back then. See you soon. Okay, I'm back. How long was that? I honestly have no idea. All I do know is I've got a fucking killer headache. Ugh. That's why I really needed a drink. I needed something to down that with. 4 hours. Oh yeah. We haven't even been streaming 4 hours yet. Pause that. Okay.
Let me grab out the Coca-Cola and the zero sugar.
Oh yeah, I did see a unrelated to anything, but I saw a leak. A Nintendo leak. I haven't seen a Nintendo leak in quite some time, but apparently we're getting an Indie World soon, and then a Direct even sooner. I don't know if that means before or after the Indie World, but we're obviously expecting a Switch 2 announcement anytime soon. Still have the money ready to go, Nintendo. Whenever you want to announce it, I'm gonna be finger trigger on the pre-order, because I gotta get one for stream right away. I don't want to be waiting. Silk Song on both of them. I'm just gonna give up. We'll get Silk Song when we get Silk Song, I'll be 30. Probably have arthritis by then. Then we can finally play Silk Song. Alright. That.
Some of the funny pills. Some of the funny pills make the brain pain go away.
Yeah, gosh, I wish they wouldn't. I almost wish they just wouldn't have told us, No, I guess it's good that they did, because now I know it wasn't for naught. But still, I hate just having the money there. It's just be like, one of these days it's going to go on pre-order, and I'm going to miss it, and then I'm going to be the only one left out, and then I won't be able to stream Switch 2 stuff when that comes out. I'm going to miss a whole slew of people interested in Switch 2 stuff. I know what's going to happen. I do have a few places lined up, obviously. My main one, which is our version of Amazon, it's called Mighty Ape. I've got that one lined up. That's the one I want to do it with. That's going to be the first one. Then, obviously, our version of GameStop, which is EB Games. I believe it's actually the same company. It's just called something different. Because I believe we both have the same mascot. That's how I figured it out. I think you guys don't really use them anymore, but we use them all the time. The little rabbit? The little bunny? He's, huge over here. The EB Games rabbit. He's got a name, I think. But I'm pretty sure you guys phased him out. But he's on everything. And then the last one is called JB Hi-Fi, which is just like a tech store. I'm gonna be ready. Apparently, there's not gonna be a shortage this time, according to somebody said it. Somebody high up at Nintendo said it. But you can never take them at that. I'm pretty sure that was said about the PS5 as well, and then that was a disaster. Though, actually, Xbox didn't really have that, so I don't know. But maybe that's because nobody wanted an Xbox this generation. Fuck, I don't want an Xbox this generation, but hey, what are you gonna do? Sorry, scratch that. I don't want to pay for an Xbox this generation. I wouldn't mind one, because that just opens up more games to stream, but I really don't want to pay for it. Looks like I'm going to be stealing.
So we're finally gonna see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick.
I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know what he testified as the truth.
You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying?
I don't know. But if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I got a feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're gonna need. Hey, pal!
I have the case-making evidence you're gonna need, right here. It's called an updated autopsy report. I had Mr. Edgeworth make it. It says right here that Mr. Tigre killed him. He saw him in his last 5 seconds of consciousness.
How'd you get this information?
Well, I don't know. Mr. Edgeworth seemed to know all about it. Something about voodoo magic. I don't know. It's been weird. It's been a weird few years for him.
What are you so jumpy about, detective? Your hair's standing on end.
Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Topknot.
It's not a top knot.
Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, all right?
I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of get wound up.
No kidding.
You gotta have something. You need me to do, pal. Anything.
Well,
Hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get you some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour.
an hour. The trial will have reconvened by then.
But Nick, we still don't have really a decisive evidence, right?
True. That's some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag. We're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour?
You bet.
In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? If you're going back to the station anyways, could you find whose prints are on these?
Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right?
Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints belong to.
Sure thing, pal, actually. It's been gnawing at me, too. Okay, I'll get this yacht to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back.
Which means we're gonna play another round of Prolong the Trial.
It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys.
Oh, I missed the stupid show. I didn't even buy my lottery ticket yet. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find Furio Tigre?
I haven't tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? Guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites.
Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand.
No, there he is.
Witness, please state your... Okay.
Don't hide under the table, Maya. There's room for me down there, too.
Would you mind? What you says to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest.
Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge?
I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
Nope, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Oh, where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it, we're doomed.
Maybe you didn't hear me. Who the hell was it that called me in here?
There's no need to shout. We can all hear you.
What'd you say?
There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare, the relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one who holds you in. Too cool.
Don't let him get the better of you, Nick!
I like it, she's still under the table. Is the judge gonna be under the table for this whole time as well? Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct?
Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mass boy.
You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird?
Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course, well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Oh, Phoenix Rat. You was the one who set this up, didn't you? You was gonna regret the day you offered the Tigers for. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today.
Get a grip, Nick! I brought your adult diapers from home already. Here, I'll put them on.
I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year, spent all the time in my office. Got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tender Linda every single day. You want to check my alibi? Just ask if I let him. At last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting like that. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer, he just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, Smarty, every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000 and you're gonna borrow the cash from me.
That's one loan contract I refuse to sign.
Don't think it's gonna hurt when you tangle with a tiger.
Save quite a bit here.
I don't have a good spectator sport. Just a minute. That's really not. This witness is, how can I put it? A hungry timer. Fuck. God, almost so cool. A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. You better be listening. I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
Will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of the witness testimony. Oh, good.
Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can do it, Nick!
Come out from under there already, will you, Maya? I took a drink, by the way. Oh, I'm gonna just... Do. Okay. Oh, we gotta prove it first? We gotta prove that he's the one? You sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know.
Sue these teeth. That's how sharp my secretary is.
Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini?
She writes everything in my schedule. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. That seemed rather sketchy schedule.
Well, there he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder, so now what? Mr. TIGRE,
What you want?
if you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
This is a dead-end try, and you know it. Remember the rules.
No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi correctly.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too?
Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. Means all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never even seen that young kid before. I believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please. Mr. Tigre, the court asked you to add that last part of your statement to your testimony.
Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor. Ask him yourself. Oh, really? You've never seen the kid before? You might want to put your tongue away before it dries out of your skull, Mr. Tigre.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. How I wish that were true.
Oh, the calendar. Right. Where's that? There it is. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you.
What?
Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd.
December 3rd?
Yeah, he loves pulling out. That's irrelevant, Mr. Wright. No, it isn't. If you let me gosh darn finish, Mr. Godot.
That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glen Elg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. I do like how he's red and I'm blue.
Not bad. You was actually not bad.
Sorry?
I was just messing with you to see how good you were.
Hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad.
That's one compliment I can do with that. Plus, he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You was calling me a lie? Is that what you doing? Ruh-roh.
Zoinks. So you're saying that you claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth?
I said I'm dead serious. You's gotta believe that's the truth.
Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is why you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness?
You never actually met the victim? That's gotta be the lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy.
Whoa, Phoenix! Phrasing!
Shut up, Maya.
Sorry.
I ain't no lie, I never met Glen Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. Said I'd be meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. Waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I never been to the joint that just be enjoying. You hear?
Oh, really?
I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet the victim, and he didn't show up.
I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, it tells you I got a big deal going down today. I ain't got time. I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Oof.
You've never been to Tribulations, huh?
I've never been to the Tribulations.
I am calling you a liar. Just to save in case I'm supposed to bring up some bullshit first. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches?
Matches? What you talking about?
We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. If you've really never been to Chespian before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing in your desk?
You've been stooping around on my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Order, order, order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? No, sorry, terribly sorry, forgive me.
And no pussycat, I don't back down on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What?
Well, listen good, alright. I might have been there, but I still never met the kid. Cad, kit, cat, beep, bap, skip, bap.
Well, if you would stop scatting for a second. Looks like an order just came through. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony? Oh. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? I'm close to proving it was him. He did meet Glen Elg that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. Look at that tongue.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door of the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it, if I wait any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. No problem. Anytime Trap presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see you pay as a penalty. Mr. Goat-Up, that's my job! Your job is to slam the little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir! The Special Express ain't cheap, right? So you just know who's you're playing.
Oh, man. Doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? One ugly scene. Guy was laid out on the table, stiff as concrete. Even if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I'm guessing it's this because the cops didn't arrive right away. So I'd like to know the time. You went straight back? Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did?
What you trying to say? Trying to tell you never ain't been guilty of nothing? We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this.
The courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it?
Seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. Another irrelevant line of questioning.
Ah, great. Thanks. Okay, maybe just press him on this and ask what time. So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tinderlander at all then?
The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even then, I got the best punching bag you ever seen if there are any issues.
Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come? So that's why you decided to meet at Trespian?
Huh. You're going over old ground again, Trat.
Sorry. No, I just want to know the time! How am I supposed to know which one? This one, maybe. Time! Time! An ugly scene? What do you mean?
The witness has already told us, Chad, which makes that question irrelevant. But... Limit myself to 17 cups during a trial. That's the rule. You better limit the number of times you take a penalty, Chad.
Right! Why won't you listen to me? Ask about the time, you freak! That's easily how we're gonna get him. I mean, you saw Glenn Elk's dead body?
I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some ragged bit of cloth he called a hat.
What time was this? Finally!
I don't know.
Huh?
No one wants me up even more than anything else in the world. Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker. Out of interest, Mr. TIGRE, what winds you up the second most? Huh? What's you think? Square watches.
Is this guy for real?
Look, all I need to know was something that was bad was going down to that place.
He saw him from behind? Do you want to look at the floor layout? I mean, if he did come in from the door, he would have seen him from behind. I don't think that counters anything. Alright. This one, then? You mean you saw Glenn Elk's dead body? Oh, wait, that's the one where he said from behind. Oh, wait, no, it's that again. Okay. Oh, wait, this one? So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant, then?
Tiger's a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in a no-murder investigation.
So, when exactly did you pick up the matches?
The match is just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking $5 home. Poor gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. I had the cops on my way out, so I went straight back to the office.
Okay, so I've got proof that he didn't do this?
Crime photo.
This is a photo from the kitchen, correct? Well, if he said he saw him from the front, then yeah, that would have been a good call.
Right over the table, stiff as concrete.
Okay. Is there a line I didn't press yet? No, I pressed all of them. Okay, no. I was like, maybe you're right. I'm gonna try the floor map and see if there is something there. Let's see. Oh, wait, Laser. Wait, hold on. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. TIGRE?
No one escapes the tiger's clutches.
Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. Wait, so what is it gonna be? Laying out on the table stiff as concrete? How's that? Okay, whatever. Let's see. No one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight.
What's this, Trout? A new line of irrelevant questioning?
These are the floor plans of the crime scene. Oh, you were right. Oh, if he didn't step in front, there's a big fucking wall in the way. Oh, that's so obvious. Was that what you were getting at, Laser? Or were you getting at that he would have seen him from the front because you mistook the layout? Because if you were onto the wall thing, then there you go. But I was thinking more in depth on what we pressed. But no, he just didn't see it at all. Because there's a fucking wall in front of him. You say you were standing here at the entrance, Mr. TIGRE. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
Unfortunately for you, that's not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember between each of the tables. You're right for the wrong reasons. Hey, well, isn't that what Phoenix is always about? It's a really tall partition.
Why, that's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision for any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of Tresbian, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Objection.
Wrong. Have you forgotten about the old man's testimony yesterday? And I forgot about conveniently when you said that there was a setup. The victim was alone at his table.
But the defense just proved the point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim, so he had a chance to act out the charade.
That will do. This trial has gone long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg, and then impersonated the victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court.
Well, isn't it quite obvious? It's our own TIGRE. Obviously. The killer is Furio TIGRE. No one else could have done it.
What? Well, witness! Witness! Did you do a naughty? Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on a tiger? Maybe you don't understand the tiger. So I'll say you just say it again. Come on, you got the guts! You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It is the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright? Doesn't mean like it must be you, old man. You's got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, don't leave me to handle this alone.
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see the victim. Oh, no.
The servant girl brought him a Javicino, but she put something in it. No question about it. She's very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put poison in the coffee. There's no proof that the poison she put in was poison. Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Huh. Found your pen at last, Trent? It was in my pocket. Anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress, from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright?
I think the conclusion's obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress? Who is this woman, Mr. Wright? What? What? Who?
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. 1 second. 42? 25? And they're lovers? Whoa. Okay, that's a bit more of an age gap than I... Whoa. Now that's now that's... Whew. Alright, talk about quite a steeper age gap. Oof. I mean... Oof. Okay. Well, at least... Well, no, she is a victim. Well, I think they only became involved 4 months ago, right? After the incident. So, she's been 25 the whole time, so I guess it's on her, but he's still manipulating her. Which is not okay at any age. Obviously, it's worse the younger you go, but at least she's a full adult. Doesn't excuse it at all, I know, but... Her name is Viola Cadavarini. She's an employee of Tenderlender.
He was making a big mistake. Do you know who Viola's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean.
Stop shaking, Nick!
Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following.
Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer there. Well, there was another... She's talking about the thing... I'm sorry, he skipped the dialogue too quick and didn't read it properly. She was sort of creepy, and she had sort of a cackling laugh.
There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real, and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you.
Witness, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry?
You was alright. I could do with a guy like you around.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me a meeting, but I'm gonna give yous one more thing to think about before I go.
Something to think about?
Yous got it all wrapped up nice, alright? But you missed one important thing.
But that can't be.
I was in the joint that day, and I met with the kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him. You see it?
Well, do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
What a troublemaker.
Troublemaker?
Looks like we're gonna have to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony.
Indeed, witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim?
Yeah, loan held cash, about $100,000. That day, he was due to have a little chat. Kid had hit his pay date. So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. And I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she done, everything would have been over.
Now, I see that the principal amount loaned to Mr. L was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you've got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know.
That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal.
And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
It was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I had no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case.
His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? I'll tell you what it was. It was his little CD.
It was his little virus. His little virus.
Worth potentially millions of dollars. Alright, let's see. Can I just end it right now with this? I wonder if I can. Oh, maybe at the line... here? Can I press him, like, safely now? Oh, wait. What about this? Nope. Alright. Did he have any way of paying the loan back?
The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up until he landed a big win.
Tigre to help him. Help him? You? Giving him with ideas of ways he could get a big win. But the guy kept losing.
So you're helping him for his sake or yours?
Went through compromise. You help me, I help you. What's the difference,
I don't believe this.
Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max.
Thanks a lot, Maya. So, how much were you expecting him to pay you back that day?
What do you think? The whole bag, $100,000 including interest.
That's a real heavyweight punch.
Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world, that's all you gotta know. And how many times had Mr. Elg been late with his repayments?
Once. How much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50.
Sounds like Mr. L was in a really sticky spot.
Yeah, $50 a month? He'd never pay that huge loan off.
So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy and he starts screaming.
How much did he have left on his debt?
You wanted it in round figures, about $100,000.
That's the whole amount.
I'm talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet. Well, you was telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee? Certainly seems to be a brave man, this Mr. Elg. That was smooth, I tell you, he's real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes, that's what he says to me. That calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me.
Was that because he...
The guy won the lottery. It was his last chance at a big win. And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question? That's it. The Millionaire radio show starts at 1:30 and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy.
Mostly was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo would see it.
I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it.
Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time?
I don't remember.
There was no one there. Oh, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola were all there at the time.
So the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning? Seemed that way to me. But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you? Your damn belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you've ever had. That's what defines a true gambler.
Makes it sound so cool.
Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it.
All I know is the kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end.
The waitress? You mean...
Girl with the glasses and the fitness chair. Who else could I mean? She hadn't got in the way. Things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with.
We should push a little harder on this. What exactly are you implying the defendant did?
How about you go as far as about to have $1 million ticket? She wanted it so bad. She poisoned Elk's coffee.
A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre.
Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, Trent. The law don't exactly agree with some of the deals I sent down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split. I see. Your Honor, the witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee. I concur, Mr. Godard. You will amend your testimony accordingly, witness. So, that's what she was after, Mr. Phoenix, right?
Tiger's just trying to pin the crime on Maggie. I ask him about what he saw. It's only going to cause damage to our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
I used all the or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way. Other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like it amended?
Better leave it at that and try to figure something out. Oh wait, maybe we do want to amend it? Alright, I'm gonna save here. I'm not going to get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony amended.
Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statements, please.
Now we show MC Bomber. So, you just intended to get the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct?
I only got the cash, so that's my right.
Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Mr. Wright, you got proof? What are you getting at? What else would a moneylender be after other than money?
Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch.
What is that?
It's a computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What do one of those do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer.
Computer? What does one of those do?
I guess the beard isn't the only thing this honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later. Your Honor, right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would have been worth several millions of dollars on the black market.
Several $1 million? Let me see that DVD real quick. I need it for research.
Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment normally would be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection! You're trying to suggest the witness' motive was to get hold of that program?
Exactly.
The witness may have some poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Trey. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder.
Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was the $1 million debt that he had procured. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car, a scooter, and a young woman who was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery.
How much of this do you know?
These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full.
$1 million, a preposterous sum! Someone should sue these HMOs. No one will pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue.
But Mr. TIGRE had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright?
Indeed it did. Simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadavarini.
Did you say Cadavarini?
Bruno Cadavarini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadavarini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss. Or sorry, da boss. Correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire that $1 million Bruto Cadavarini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glen Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glen Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win. Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glen Elg and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glen Elg, while Viola Cadavarini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. Mr. Super Mario himself. Like I said, Trud, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef would have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. On the head. Just like that.
Order! Order! Silence! You put on a good show, Spiky. If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, create a witness, and frame someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
You do?
Despite your appearance, you're very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright?
Planting the evidence. Interesting. Why don't you fill us in, Trent?
What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused?
Oh, wait, this. Oh, another sip. And what's the relevance of that, Trent? It's just a little intro. Intro into what?
Seems all this has been an elaborate trick on the part of the defense.
No! No, it wasn't a trick! You know what? Fuck it. We're leaving that. It wasn't a trick, man. It's like, oh, what else? He fucking pretended to be me. Maybe I'll show the little fake fucking thing. No. Alright, fine. This, maybe?
What on earth is that?
God damn it! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I think my one makes more sense. And then we could bring that up too. Whatever. Frick all of you guys. No, I guess the paper badge did make sense. Oh well, I had the same idea anyways. It's fine.
What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me.
What? That's
The truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court mere months ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I've ever seen. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove that the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. No, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Have you no pride, sir?
I don't think he's got any pride. This isn't a matter of pride. It's a case you didn't know, Trad. Here in court, we deal with people's lives. Mr. Godot is right.
Your Honor?
Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as a judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by memory without evidence to support it.
This? Or how about, yeah, I guess that's my only other piece of evidence. No!
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
But we've come so far!
Oh, wait! Gumshoe. Right, I forgot about that. I actually did forget about Gumshoe for a second.
Say you impersonated Glenn Elg, but you say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Ah!
Sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with the tag, or you're gonna get mauled. You's got that?
How he managed to do here was chase him around a bit. I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Looks like I won't be needing a refill.
If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook.
This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre.
Hold it, pal! Hold the phone! Wait a minute, pal! Your Honor, sure. Wait! Yeah! Gumshoe coming through! Detective? Detective Gumshoe? Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this, my badge, the works. So here it is, my hot shot on this too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What?
I like how he's at the witness stand now. I just would like to think he pushed Mr. Tigre out the way.
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab.
The results?
About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle.
Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to?
You think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So tell us. The Tigers, right? I knew it.
You bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. The Furio Tigre's paw prints are right.
That's great. We got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. You laid everything on the line for this, Nick.
I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say. It really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now.
What?
What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the Tigre put poison in Glenn Elg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, it really doesn't make any difference now.
I knew it. Great, no matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This was our last chance to help Maggie. I've been working on some useless piece of evidence this whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe? Maggie! You've been working on something for me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now.
Detective Gumshoe, wait! Kiss me, you big hot lug.
He's gone.
Is there anything we can do now, Nick?
I wish there was. Don't you work so hard to get that evidence? If only there was some way I could use it. January 8th, 3:04 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered.
Yeah.
Don't keep us all in suspense. Try to show us.
Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste.
How much more of my time's gonna go to you is gonna waste? I ain't gonna be in no court for it before. But you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. Maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down at him. Alright, so just show it then? Well, I guess we're showing it. I didn't get to save, but okay. This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victims?
Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. TIGRE.
What? But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Except one person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My prints on that fancy-looking bottle, is that what you were saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway?
We got a bluff to him? Phony trial, phony lawyer, phony clues. Everything about this case has been a phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. TIGRE, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains potassium cyanide. I should have saved there! I should have saved! Oh shit, I should have saved!
Potassium cyanide?
The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. TIGRE, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that?
You make a good clown, you know that?
What?
You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You was just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger?
A bluff?
I can see straight through you, Phoenix Rat. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it.
No, this is the bottle we found with traces of poison in.
Oh, we're tricking him.
Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. Cyanide bottle was brown. It was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
Oh, is that right? Thank you. Thank you for the information. Oh, you're right. Sorry. I made a mistake. Thanks for correcting me. Prison time. Got him at last.
What? What's everybody looking at me for? Well, everyone got quiet. I said that the bottle...
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle with the cyanide that I put in the kid's coffee. Oh, shit. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that crazy fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, prosecutor, tell that guy where to go. I still haven't figured it out.
Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say?
You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you should have known all the little details. For instance, you should have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
You still know who she was messing with. I'm the Tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm just gonna let you just some chump ducks who get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Whoa! We got him! Did he actually break the lights?
What's going on?
Looks like a blackout.
Well done,
Trat.
I saved my 17 cup of coffee just for you.
Oh.
Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey.
Yeah, I thought he was coming over to murder us.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. TIGRE, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Mr. Glenn L., Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney.
Yes, she was.
And in the absence of a genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for the one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is truly a frightening criminal. The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird.
Yahoo! Yippee!
There you go, Maggie. Second time. You're welcome. I expect a large paycheck. Alright? I want at least $100,000, okay? And if you don't, well, we've learned of new tactics of how to deal with that, haven't we? It's me, you're not guilty. January 8th, 4:10 p.m.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all the trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him.
Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger.
Look, Nick, in the doorway.
Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Oh, wait!
Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony then?
Huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around.
Wait up, detective. You just ran off.
Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. He busted his balls.
Thanks to him that we got the medication bottle.
That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles.
Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him.
Can't you put a good word in for him, Nick?
Is it... is it the lunch? Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. He does run in circles, that is true.
First day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up.
He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts.
He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it.
I know. I'll give her the little present to celebrate her her freedom. Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom.
That's...
A present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love.
He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? He thinks my ass is too thin? I actually really like weenies, you know.
Is that her stomach? Did you guys just hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it?
Is it okay if I eat this now? Ah! Maggie, please give me a sausage! I'm starving! Please! Or at least pay us! At least pay Nick, please! We've been starving for weeks! Please! So how is it, Maggie? It's really good.
You know, if you date him, you'll get those weenies all the time. Surrounding Maggie have all cleared up, and who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to begin. Well, if Gumshoe's good luck and she's bad luck, put them together, they, you know, they'll null and void each other. Oh, hey, Edgeworth's back!
Hey, everybody! Edgeworth's back!
You don't like when women eat your meat and cry? That has a lot of weird connotations to it if you think about it, so let's just not even... Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth!
Hey, everybody! Calculon's back!
We'll give it a go, see what we're dealing with, and then we'll call it for today. Get a little taste for the start. The girl. Let her go! Is this a movie? Shut up! Come closer, and I kill her! Is that Mia? What?
Sorry, but you're not gonna get the chance.
Are we having another flashback trial? Oh, hey, it's me. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. Is this real? Is this real? This is the whole thing as we're looking at an old trial? What is this? Terry Falls. Don't pay attention to the ages in this case? Oh, no. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Hawthorne! Very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. Interesting. So the whole plot for this one is just Phoenix is just reading the old trial? He's not even going to get to know all of these conversations we're about to hear. Oh, well, that was surprisingly quick. That's all we're gonna get. Well, that's all I'm giving you guys anyways. We'll be back tomorrow with more Phoenix Wright and probably some Hi-Fi Rush as well. Sorry I didn't get to do both today. I was shopping. And shopping took about all day. Did she lose this case? Something did happen, right? We did learn in the last thing. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But we're definitely doing more Phoenix Wright tomorrow, of course. But if I can, I'll fit in some more Hi-Fi Rush as a little bonus. So, I'll see y'all then. Thank you for joining. What an eventful case. That was really fun. It did have some goofy moments, you know? But I liked the trick at the end, how we got one over on him. That was a fun twist. Though there wasn't really... There was mystery to it, but, like, not a proper full-on mystery. Like, we kind of knew it was him from the beginning, right? The moment you saw him, you're like, okay, yeah, that's the guy. You know? Thank you, Laser. Yes, I appreciate the clips. Yeah, so... Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody on the VOD channel, if you're watching. Laser makes clips of the VOD channel, you know. Follow Stimple's clips on Twitters. Very excellent. He puts a lot of hard work into it. So, yeah. I'll see you all tomorrow with some more funny stuff. As in, probably some problematic age gaps. We'll see you then. Bye, everyone.